Why, hello. Oops. Let's get everything all squared away here. Terminal open. We're going to need that. All right. Where was we? I think we were doing file rewrite, right? Sounds about right. Got that. This. Ooh. What happened there? We have no scrolly bar visible. Is it hiding? No. Scrolling it does really weird things. So we might need to set this as a scrollable. Can do that. Let's see if we can do that really fast. And if it doesn't resolve the issue, then we'll put it on the back burner for a second, because I want to get to other stuff. But if it's going to be something we can do easy, I'd rather just do it. Why, hello there. How you doing today, Ash? How's Monday? Check something real quick. It's pretty good. Had a walk after work, swung past a store, noticed they sell Dr. Pepper. I'm partial to it. I enjoy a good Dr. Pepper. Hey, Jazz, how you doing? How's your Monday? Super duper extra fine. And yours? Well, mine's still, it's noon here, so it's all right, but there's lots of possibility for that to change, for good or worse, right? I did get an interesting bit of news yesterday. Let me see here. Not that. Good to hear. I'm pretty nifty too. We'll have a chat with some ex-colleagues in about an hour. Should be fun. Nice. Is it like just a social, or Dr. Pepper is the most disgusting liquid that ever went down my throat? Well, Jazz, nobody's perfect, I guess. Oh, where did it go? This is not where... See, they put things in weird places. Anyway, so what's the news? The news is... And I was trying to find it. Maybe it's gone away. They've hidden it somewhere. Anyway, there was a achievement on Twitch to get people chatting, and we now have access to VIP badges. And if I go... Coworkers from my previous job were in touch. They have categorically stated, including my ex-manager and the CEO of the company, that they would like me back if I ever grow bored here. It was very nice to have that as a safety net if Ireland didn't work out. Yeah, and I had to return home. I'd have my old job back on day one. Yeah, that would be super, super nice. That's Yeah, VIP badges, what's going on? I don't understand your youth slang. Well, you see, and I don't know if I'm doing this from the correct place or if this is like the hard way to do it. But now, if you chat, you should have a little special goodie. Look at that, you're a little pink diamond now. These kids in their Twitch, right? Right? Do you actually like to switch job? No, but like I said, it was a very good risk reducer when I moved to Ireland. Yeah. I applied for with the place I used to work. I started in support there, and I was going to go back to that support role just to pay the bills, right? But I got turned down because the guy running the department, like not the guy I worked for, not my boss, but his boss, thinks that I once said I would never come back to support. And I don't remember saying that, but I can see how I would have said, like if he were to ask me, would you ever come back to support? I could see how I would have said no. But like context is everything, right? What in the world? Oh, they're dragging a deal across to flatten the gravel outside. I have this icon too. Are you sure it's a good idea to hand them off so quickly and easily? Yes. For one, it doesn't really do anything other than just signify that you're special, right? It's just a little gold star, or in this case, pink diamond. But it recognizes the fact that y'all have been here for a hot second. And have been supporting me by hanging out and chatting and all that, right? What is wrong with people? So that's a no because you may have said something one time that was a bit negative, maybe. Yeah, basically. Which was surprising to me. I was like, huh, okay. All right, that's fine. One of those moments where I adjusted my opinion of somebody rapidly. Nepotism and personal grudges are just as big in business as they were during kindergarten. Yeah. And I've run into this a couple times where like people are like they think because I don't want to do support for my entire life that I'm somehow like trashing on them for doing support. Or QA. I've had somebody do that too. They're like, well, you could get QA jobs. I'm like, I don't want QA jobs. Oh my gosh, they're doing another pass out there. Kicking a bunch of dust too. Hopefully it stops. But yeah, and then they thought, well, oh, you're better than us, or that sort of like attitude. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that kind of work. Like I like to do this kind of work. Part where people don't understand that is confusing to me, but you know, humans. Trying to mute before those guys come back around if they're doing another pass. QA engineer walks into a bar. He orders a beer. He orders 6 beers. He orders 0 beers. He orders a million beers. He orders -5 beers. He orders square root of 7 beers. He orders non-beers. He orders ASDFG beers. Refresh the page. Which page? Oh, why is my diamond not showing? Help a granny out. Yeah. You know what? Don't let this pull you down because I definitely believe in karma. I mean, I'm not letting it pull me down. I mean, it's just, it is what it is, right? It would have been a nice way to spend the next like year, 2 years until everything comes crashing down and they realize that, oh, they've made big mistakes. But it's just not to be. And I guess like my camera has decided that focus is not a thing it wants to do. You allow other people's bad opinions ruin your day. You're giving these jerks more power. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not letting it ruin my day. It's just one of those things that I don't understand about the world, you know? Like I've met people that were like, "Oh yeah, I used to be a developer and I hated it." And I'm like, "All right, cool. That's fair." Like I didn't take that as a slander against me, right? Just wasn't for them. They're doing like loops in the big area between spaces. But that's kind of just, you know, one of those things. I feel like my next job will not be in software. It'll be something else, and I feel okay about that. Like I just need to figure out what that is. I used to be a developer, then I took Visual Basic to the knee. Exactly. But I was actually sysadmin SRE. I mean, maybe? I don't know. I might just get out of tech entirely and do something else. I'm really, really just exhausted with the corporate games, right? I love how SRE is about 50-50 development and work and ops. Yeah. I don't really like doing the ops work. Doesn't lean too much into either. Yeah. I don't really like doing ops work anymore. I used to think I wanted to be a sysadmin, and I spent so much time like building home labs and stuff that I was just like, I don't know if I want to keep doing this. Ash, either you stop hating my VB baby or I'll find you and make you code in VB. Doing ops gives us ideas how to automate and optimize. Yeah. Come and make you. I'll defend my dislike of VB just as hard as I defend my dislike of Go. Put your cat ear helmet on and get to the trenches to defend Rust. Careful what you wish for. Oh my gosh, why camera? Why? It's been one of those days. Like my audio was wonky this morning too. I had to fix that. We do that and we do that. No, I'll also defend other people's dislike of Rust and agree with parts that are true and well reasoned. But what about their love of Visual Basic? Every single thing I dislike about Go is extensively documented with examples. I have a running doc in the company. I called it Go Bother. How much flattening does that gravel need? Oh my gosh. I have a thing that we can talk about shortly, but I want to do it when they're not out there trying to flatten everything out nicely so that we don't get that audio. VB is not as well reasoned since I have coded in a long time. You know what? I also thought about quitting development. I always loved it, but recently I lost my spark. I lost the ambition for projects I used to love to develop. Yeah, I mean, and I think that every time I've been in a slump with it, it has been due to the environment around it, right? In my last job, towards the end, before I got laid off, I was already starting to kind of passively, or not really passively, but, you know, low motivation job hunt because the pay wasn't great, the benefits sucked, but also it just didn't feel like I was moving the needle anymore. I was kind of just doing busy work, more or less. And that was really killing my enjoyment. This project here actually is what made me realize that, yeah, I still do love to make things. I still love to write code. It's just the environment I'm in. And particularly VB.NET is kind of okay because of the .NET framework. Language still sucks, but it can be made to do things. But you could just use like C#.NET. Or you could use no.NET. What about that? Oh yeah, we were looking for the that's the nice thing about .NET, you can code in F#. Yeah, I totally understand. You can make things and not have it as your main job. That's well possible. Yeah. And I mean, I could have it as my main job if I was to find a company that was actually hiring somebody and um it didn't have just the corporate nonsense that I'm so sick of, right? F#. What face? What face indeed. It's funny that they haven't done that in a couple days, and then just happens to be right now they just start while I start streaming. By a couple days, I mean like, I don't know, maybe a week. Scrollable, scrollable, scrollable. That lives in templates bar, Grimm's tab. This right here. In frame. What was the... You guys, I always wanted to be a taxi driver. I love driving, but I do not have a license for something big that costs well over 10,000 in Germany. Oof. Doesn't taxi only require a standard driving license for a car? Yeah, I would think so. You know, obviously German very different than America. But here, some states require you to have what they call a chauffeur's license if you're doing people transportation. Others don't. And you only need a CDL for big stuff usually, I think. But those are expensive here. You usually get like companies will pay for you to do it, but then you have to stay there for a certain amount of time from what I've been told. I had the most amazing experience with taxi driver a couple months ago. And like a truck or something, that's expensive. Yeah. If you were to drive like a big truck, yeah, I could see that. Taxi drivers did not make a lot though. I mean, I don't know. I've never looked into it. I like driving, but making small talk with the people, I would not like so much. Left it muted. So when I came to do my interviews in Ireland, it was February 2020, and a very nice taxi driver from the hotel to the airport. I was sure I didn't pass my interviews, but the guy was all like, "Don't worry, you probably did." He was really personable and nice, stuck in my memory. For some reason, I remembered the name. Problem is that there's no way to find the person again after I got hired to move here just so I could tell me he was right and so on. Yeah. So the other day I was coming from a data center tour and called the taxi to get me home since public transport was poor at that location, and the driver had the same last name. So on the off chance I went, do you know first name, last name perhaps? He's like, yeah, that's my dad. Oh, that's awesome. The way he was sure about it, he already knows Ash, right? We had an amazing chat, and I was able to get the message to the dad about how he did right about my interview. That's really funny. Like from a small world standpoint, you know? It's awesome. What are the chances? Need to look at the scroll bar stuff again real quick here. Was really cool. Yeah. Gosh, where were you? Abilities, maybe? No. Was it in this styles, which I don't know where it lives in this tree? Hey, you never know. Mongoose becomes a mechanic. I'll drive a taxi, and Ash will become a VB developer. I mean, stranger things have happened, right? This looks familiar. Here we go. Overflow. Ah, yes. Okay. It was overflow. Oh, it's a noisy day today. It's not set. Overflow scroll. No? Oh my gosh, where? I've done this before, so I'm going to steal from myself. It'll be easier than trying to find it in their docs, I think. Map widgets, for example, should have one. Overflow.set. It was set. And then if we hide on the X horizontal, scroll on the Y, that hopefully still wonky. Rooms style. X is hidden, Y is scroll. Wonder if I need to feeling so special with that diamond, to be honest, grinning from ear to ear. Good. Oh my gosh, why can I not remember? Excellent. In that case, the VIP icon was a good idea, right? But I didn't have to set this. Oops, this shouldn't be here anyway. Hidden and scroll. I didn't have to set this here. This is just a frame. So why? The other thing we could look at is edit bar. I wonder if this is because of the custom widget. Shouldn't be. This all tidied up. It's going to be in the frame itself. Think. No. Yes. Maybe. Overflow Y. Styles that overflow. Scroll. Okay. Yeah, we set it that way. This one. We didn't have to tell it that it had the ability to scroll. And it's still just a frame. This is a tab. Okay. But that still is a frame that it comes back with. So why? Right now, it's very unlikely I bought an apartment because I'd like to stay here long term. If I lose the current job, I will first look for a job near here again. Oh, for job switching, yeah. That completely fails and I run out of money. I'll be forced to sell the apartment to pay off what's left of mortgage and move back home. Yeah, that would suck. I don't think this says anything about... this is a tab widget. I guess we could confirm or deny that by just saying... Put this in here real quick. We can actually probably just copy this whole thing to see if it makes any difference if we eliminate that graphical issue or not. Kind of don't think it will, but you know, if we're gonna do that, we should probably do this, that. This won't matter either. Probably don't care about that. I really like my current team manager and the culture we have, so I'm very okay with staying in this. Full screen got me again. Staying in this current job for long term. I've also gotten very good raises over the past few years, and if I continue with self-improvement, I will likely get even more. That job isn't in Ireland. I got that wrong. I think his job is in Ireland, the new one. Which is quite nice because the role I'm moving into is forcing me to address some of my long-standing shortcomings and encourage me to round myself off as a person a little. The old job I have on permanent offer is back where I came from, Slovenia. Yeah, Jazz went LinkedIn sleuthing. Originally an Austrian company. She knows everything. Okay, no, that's still wonky, and there's still no scroll bar. Okay, so that doesn't surprise me. It annoys me, but it doesn't surprise me. I doubt that very much. It's weird as it's almost like there's layers being built on top of it. But there's only 3. Okay. Let me have my minute. All right. Well, I was hoping that setting the scroll would take care of that nice and neat. We'll leave it in there because it should be set like that, I believe. We'll just have to figure out. Hang on 1 second. Would it need to go in here? Tile template. Well, anywho, you did a very good job sleuthing. Maybe your next job will be internet detective? Rooms. 0. Yeah, this shouldn't be the scrollable part. Okay. Only put in the energy if it's not needed. That's my life, unfortunately. I can see how that'd be a problem, right? All right, well, we'll leave that, and we'll have to ask the Kojin devs about what's up there. I must be holding it wrong again. But you'd hook up the signal here. So let's work on that part first, and we'll worry about styling things later. Just in case, do this, and it'll say the room template list. Scroll on the Y. That way, if I get into a state where I'm not happy with how things are shaping up, I can just reset and not to have to remember that, because I won't. Are you about to break some kind of a record of most bugs up against the project? I don't think so, because other people have opened more, including the framework authors themselves. I just don't want to do a minimal repro right now. I want to make this thing do the needfuls. I was thinking the same, right? Like I say, it's not ready for production. I think they might not even claim that anymore. It initially was in their documentation that it's production ready. No, 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 no. I was thinking the same, but it's actually a very noble thing to do to make something better for others. I mean, that's like the open source thing, right? I can open bugs and, like, in a perfect world, I'd go fix them, but I don't want to be a UI framework dev. So I open them and then I patiently wait for fixes because they don't owe anything to me, right? All right, so we have that, but also I think that they might be done out there. So we have an interesting Hacker News find this morning. and I was going to talk about it. See, they wouldn't have any of these issues if they'd simply rewrite it in Zig or possibly Odin. Right. So I saw this on Hacker News this morning. Curious how folks here approach job interview prep. Do you do mock interviews, review system design qualifications, study company-specific question banks, just wing it? Like, this to me is absolutely absurd, right? Whether you're actively hunting or just staying sharp, I'd love to hear your approach. What works best for you? This one. Yes, I prep. For me, the biggest thing was writing code quickly. I went from taking 10 to 15 minutes for solving the easier leet code problems to 5 minutes. The confidence to bang out code that fast means I have more time to think. I definitely can't memorize questions, and this is what we're going to come back to. So it's much easier for me to just practice the problem-solving aspect along with very, very fast coding aspect. For system design, I did no prep other than mock interviews to verify I was on track. Prepping for system design by reading about systems other people have designed to me just comes off as shallow. Which makes sense, but what if you're the junior dev who's never had to design a system? Like, you're smart and you're promising and you're learning things and you're good, but you got laid off. And now you're hosed because this is all you can do, right? And if this person thinks that it comes off as shallow, safe to say other people probably think that too, right? I also did lots of practice mock interviews just to get used to explaining things as I coded. That part makes sense. Hi, Twitch. Right? That was very helpful. Sometimes the questions are easy, but they're looking for thoughtful people, not just memorizers. But if you're just practicing LeetCode solutions to practice writing them quickly, aren't you just memorizing? Isn't this just memorizing not the questions, but the answers? Seems weird to me. But this is the one that I resonated with a lot. I leet code until my eyes bleed and I can't think anymore. I forget almost everything I know about building software and instead focus on memorizing tricks and optimizations and processes for solving leet code algorithm questions. In my last interview, in an automated screener, they had 7 LeetCode Easy plus mediums in 10 minutes each with 0 partial credit, only final test passing. That's what companies want now, so that's what I have to deliver. I don't have a choice. I look over system designs, try to understand what the core aspect is. For the most part, I tend to pass those without as much of a problem. Nothing works best, but doing this has gotten me further than actually practicing and writing code. I have 8 years of experience, took a career break on short-term disability for burnout/early childhood horrors that I needed to deal with. It's 2 years later, I'm able to code again, and I'm picking things up much faster than ever. But I'm about to lose my apartment and move into a friend's basement because career break is apparently career suicide right now. And even contract companies won't even interview me because of the career break. I don't think it's career break. I mean, that doesn't help, I'm sure. But I struggle to get interviews too. I was getting cold recruited by Fang before. I just want the opportunity to work so I can have stable housing, and I'm doing everything I can. It gets harder and harder to practice. I consider whether my career was a sham all along often. I don't really care that this is venting. There's nobody to talk to about it. And like, this person isn't super wrong here. Like, I've sat in interviews where they just wanted you to bang out leet codes, and I'm done with it too. And I think that this is like the common thought about what companies want because of how many experiences. Like, if you go on the CS career questions subreddit, everybody says you need to network and you need to do leet code grind, right? And the thing that he hit the nail on the head, I forget almost everything I know about building software and said focus on memorizing the leet codes, right? That's why I don't. I don't want to do that. I don't want to work in that type of place, right? I read that this morning. I was like, I think I don't want it to work in this field. I think it's really the answer. is to get out and do something different until this nonsense goes away and the 5 interviews for anything nonsense goes away. Let's see here. Among Us, what are you reading? Side of poor people ranting about bad employees and their interest task. Sure, I can drop a link. Yeah, it's Hacker News. Yeah. Hacker News, minimalist version of Slashdot. None of the moderating drama. Yeah. I don't know about drama. Sometimes people complain about it. I don't engage with drama. You bet. That is kind of where I follow Hacker News to kind of keep my ear to the ground on like what is generally happening in the tech world. Kind of like that there are multiple interviews for my job because each could be focused on a specific thing. Like, I'm exhausted with it. There's the initial call with HR. They know nothing. They're not qualified to do anything, right? And then there's the meet the team, and then there's the coding or the take home or I'm just done. Just done. It's all a mess. Anyway, that's my doom and gloom for the day. I can imagine that it gets tiring after all that. For us, the first call is an actual simplified interview with engineers, no specific calls with HR stuff. Yeah, but I'm done. I'm done jumping through hoops and playing stupid human tricks. I'm tired of it. Like, I'm happy to nerd out and have a genuine, chat about things like we do here every day, or every day that they stream, right? But the whole hiring game is just so played out. Gleam. What is Gleam? I've heard of Gleam. Isn't that JavaScript something? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, it's a new programming language is essentially a mix of Go and Rust syntax with bits taken from both languages. Oh, I see. Hmm. I just remember seeing a presentation of it on UT and getting strong vibes of nature. Imagine the language itself wouldn't play a role in people's identity. Specifically market Gleam as being trans friendly, and that was weird in the context. Yeah. But that's like the internet nowadays, right? You have to either virtue signal super hard in everything you do or get canceled, right? Like what if you just treat people good? What if you just did that, you know? What if we could just be nice, just be cool, just be bros, you know? If those are, on the other hand, like community ideals, that's good, but I'd have hoped you wouldn't need those kinds of guidelines. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Be kind to one another should cover it all. Exactly. That's what I would say too. But anymore, you're not allowed to just be a good person. You have to virtue signal, and also like you got the people that would come in there and be jerks and then be like, well, you didn't say in the rules. Yeah, I shouldn't have to. But that's why, like on my chat, it should pop up anytime you first enter the chat box with rules. It's like, no politics, be nice to one another and use common sense or something like that, right? Like, same with like my Discord rules, real basic. I think IT is the most trans friendly anything, to be honest. Met a lot of trans people and all of them were developers happy in their jobs. Yeah. There's lots of people that are all kinds. Don't be an ass is good advice generally, right? I have real low bars, right? Real simple bars. Kind of like the platinum rule. I've heard of the golden rule. I'm not sure what the platinum rule is. Fixes a hole in the golden rule. Saving. That's what I was doing. Golden rule is treat others the way you'd want to be treated, but platinum rule is treat people the way they want to be treated. Oh, I see. I see. I have heard of that before. Um, golden rule is problematic if you're, for example, extremely hard on yourself or a masochist. That's general human being behavior. Sad those things have names. Now, yeah, should be, yeah. So, here is where I need to. Map widget, you can live over here for now. Protocol, we're not messing with. Connection, I think we're done with for right now. Menu bar, we'll leave you. We're going to need to do things with you. You're just kind of placeholdery right now. Room form. You. We might need you still. Bots. Config manager. Here we go. We need to be. It's weird how empathy and just general thoughtfulness has become almost a sign of weakness. Or maybe it always has been, it's just more noticeable lately. I'm not sure I've ever got that vibe. Which, I mean, doesn't always mean anything, right? There's lots of vibes I miss. But, yeah, I don't know. I think it really depends on the context. Because, like, the internet is a vastly different experience than, like, corporate world or, walking down the street world. They're all vastly different from one another, depending on sort of, where you are and what the nature of that interaction is, too. I won't accept that. I really like to be nice. Making other people's day is the biggest gift, right? Too often when I'm nice with some people, they quickly misunderstand it as if that I'd be willing to do things I never would and should therefore be immediately scammed or taken advantage of. I mean, yeah, but that's kind of always been the case where like somebody will always try to take a mile if you give an inch, right? We have that idiom for that reason. What is a mud game? Multi-user dungeon. Think about Zork and then imagine you could play it online with your friends. So nowadays I start out nice to people, but if they prove they're not worth it, I'm also okay because cutting them off, or I'm also okay cutting them off completely. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I've had to work on in just like in my very limited consumption of social media, where like I quit completely around 2020. I stopped checking Facebook in 2020. I deleted it in like 2021, I think. I was like, nope, I don't need this in my life anymore. I deleted LinkedIn. I deleted Reddit, all of it. And I'm kind of very carefully dipping my toes back in just for this and for self-promotion, right? But these days I'm much more inclined to unfollow people. Like there are people who I used to follow in different platforms that I liked their work, but then like everything they said that wasn't related to their work, I was just like, I don't care. I don't want to read that. And so nowadays I just unfollow. Didn't even think about using Go for game dev. Right. It's not really suited completely to the task. It's not, completely miserable to use for game dev, but I wouldn't try to like write Unreal in Go. I never had Facebook and made a total of 3 posts on Twitter back in 2009 or so before stopping that. Yeah. Barely interact with YouTube and Twitch, so I guess those two are it. Yeah. Yeah, I tried Twitter once, and it was just such a dumpster fire. I was like, I understand a lot about people's reactions to things now because they live on Twitter, right? Wasn't for me. And I I haven't been back since then. Like sometimes people will link a post or something and I'll look at it if they're not paywalling, just reading things that day. Or not paywalling, but account walling. But I don't have any interest in being in that sphere. I've seen Go used for game dev. There was an interesting old console emulation project where a person then had a presentation at one of the coding conferences about it. I found interesting, but that was before I coded in Go. It's quite possible. The biggest downside is that GC might be unpredictable and impact your frame rate. Yeah, I guess so. They've been working on that a lot too lately, so I don't know. There was another game, um, the there's a guy here on Twitch. It was called Haunts, and it was like Kickstarter funded and everything. They didn't deliver it. They open sourced the code. Nobody could figure out how to build it at some point. Like it was a whole big deal. And I don't know. Yeah, he's not online right now. But I host his channel. Make sure nothing is crazy here. I host his channel when I'm not online. Caffeine Storm. And he's trying to get it into a working state, get testing around things. I hang out in his channel sometimes when I'm not streaming. Pretty cool project. I'll drop some linkies for people if you're interested. He's a pretty cool guy too. Okay, so we have this log. That's all well and good. What we need to do is we consume that. And I put this in room form, right? No, put this in templates. So we need to get in here. We need to have the path, which is fine. Let's make that part of the setup for a template bar. String, thank you. And then we'll give you and then well, going to go have my video call with friends. I'll leave this on lurk muted and drop in later, see how it goes. Awesome. Have fun, enjoy. Always appreciate a lurk. And then once we're in here, we do have template bar. So what we can do, double check here, is Go your main lang. What's up, by the way? Yeah, pretty much. It's what I've probably written the most of lately, for sure. And what's up is just, you know, hanging out, nerding out, writing some code. So we need a tile data list, or, yeah, we can do this from here, I'm pretty sure. We can just do write room templates. This will return an error. We give it template directory string and then the room templates. Is this not right? Because these are pointers. We actually don't want to. I'm going to be careful here, right? So there's a couple things we need to account for. We need, and over here, this was just roughed in to base on, or roughed in based on the way other things used it. Use the config manager, but what we should do is have this only add one template, but we need to also make sure that we don't duplicate templates inside of this file. So, a couple things we can do. Could give this like some kind of an ID, which we probably want to do, because we're not going to prevent you from having two templates that are the same. That's on you. If you really want to, then you can. This does have an ID field, but that's for the actual tile. Then we would have to do like a wrapping struct around it, which I would like to not do, but You have to figure out some way, right? This is ultimately going to want to only take a single tile data. So we would need to do this, which should be fine. Just thinking if we can reasonably reuse that ID, and I don't think we can. Because it would start to get confusing. I think it would be just clearer to this can be a null UUID if we were to do this. Oh, we already have one. We don't use it. Yeah, this is the old one that was left over from the initial thinking. But we don't need this. Only one usage, it should be that right there. Yeah, okay. So we can get rid of this. Instead, we have the template, which is that. And then we have just the ID, I think. Mud game engine as a SnowRunner type of game? No, Mud as in multi-user dungeon, like Zork, but played online with your friends. ID is a string, and then this. This still gets new room form, that's fine. We still set the struct to the room, except this needs to be a list of tile templates. That's fine. We've renamed this to that's awkward. Let's call it template entry, I guess. Hello to everyone in chat. Hello to you as well, Jasmine. Helicopter right over my head. Okay, thanks. Perhaps you could put that into the description to save yourself from these questions. I bet you have a lot of them. I mean, I could, but also that would make the description really long and awkward. And like, also if somebody wanted to find out for themselves, they could just Google it. But it's totally fine if they want to just ask the question and, you know, sort of introduce themselves to chat, have an icebreaker, right? It's fine. And then this would take, you need to put this over here too, which is probably fine. And then I wouldn't need to reference that. Let's actually put you up here with tile data for visual organization. You do that, and then we won't need that. This would need then to take that, which is fine. What are you mad about? Ah, because we need to change this. That. Yeah, makes sense. Kudos to you. The game engine sounds interesting and complicated. Good luck with that. Excited to see in action. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. And then this wouldn't need to be that anymore. So we would come in. We would give it just a single to write. I think what we actually want is to have two. Or do we? No, I don't think there's any case where we want to write them anymore if we do it this way. Because either you add it and you save it, or you don't. Or you delete it. We would need also probably this probably doesn't want to be this though. We probably just want to give this the template ID. And these will need to get a little bit more sophisticated as part of this, but that's fine. Yeah, I think I like that. Okay, so what we have to do here is to get the current templates. Yeah, file path, same path. We need to error check this. Did that backwards for some reason. This here, we need to make sure we unmarshal that correctly and return this correctly. Like so. And here we go. We'll do updated is a slice of style templates that's empty. Range current templates. If the ID is the same as data ID, then we append data to it. Continue. Otherwise, we'll just leave the existing stuff in there. We also need to track and say let's do, instead of that, let's do so at the end of this we can say if we didn't find it, we'll add this at the end. And then we're going to marshal. Let's call you something a little more descriptive. You're going to be updated template list. And then we're going to go fix the wonky typo like so. And then we write config file, which ultimately, oh, we don't need to marshal. This marshals. Is that true? Oh, okay. Why did I have that in there, I wonder? Okay, so then we do that. And this should truncate if we pretty that up. Writes it in a name file, creating it if necessary. If the file does not exist, write creates it with permissions perm before umask. Otherwise, write file truncates before writing. So yeah, so that's good. It'll just write the new state in. All of that. Perfect. Hopefully. We'll find out. Then, and we should probably put some testing around this too, but that's fine. We'll do that in a minute. The templates. You're that, so that's good. Other thing we need to do. This is going to look kind of similar to this. Let's just copy this. Except we do need our current template. If this is equal to the template ID, then we just continue. Otherwise, we append it. We don't need this anymore. We just do that. And this should have good error, so that should be fine. Same with that. Okay, so over here, this needs to be that. So we won't have this hooked up just yet. But, well, we'll have write hooked up. We launch this. missing. I need to here where we set up this. We need to have, how do we do the other? Loaded map. Load map. This just has that set in there. For now, we should probably move that. Think I want to put this here for now. App editor, templates. That. And then you, that at the end, I believe. Yes. Should probably call that that. Now, theoretically, oop, that ain't good. What did I miss? See here. Close you. Net room form go 83. Room form. $83. Data struct is not getting set, I bet. Nope, that should be set. Because you double check here. This gets consumed by templates bar. Let's get rid of you real quick. You real quick. Get all that out of the way. When it creates, pass in the templates, should still be tiled data. Data struct. Check here. So this is framework methods. What's going on there? We would have to have not put this. New appends a new one. That's right here. This is nil. Which causes this to be broken because when we set struct, we set it to nil. That's what's going on. So we need to be careful. I guess we could do if room isn't nil, the one you pushed past me, it's not nil, then we set it. Return. Otherwise, we create you a new blank one. Is that a surprising side effect of that? Possibly. Let's leave that out. If you didn't give me nil, I said it. Otherwise, it's just no up. How about that? Because up above when we create, we make sure. Yeah, okay. If we save that, okay. We need to figure out the IDs, but what we got going on here? Oh, I guess we got an update. Sure, why not? This is, I think there is just a new string, yeah. Like that. Run that, then we should see. A second to build. There we go. We should see the IDs get saved. That is still null though. Did I forget to... Right config file path, updated template list. Not that one. Right. Templates bar. Here when we click save, form buttons, save button. Oh, it's because description. His data struct is now tile data. This doesn't get an ID at that stage. Confuse my two IDs. Need to do that. Template. Where are you? Add that. Save button. Datastruct's description is equal to description buffer string. Ah, it's because these are not pointers. We need to be referencing the same object when we do this. Like how? Helicopters and airplanes day. That right room, yeah, so you need to accept a pointer as well, just to keep things simple. That's fine. We just make this all pointer based. That's probably fine. It should unmarshal correctly still, I believe. That. Let's see. Make sure we get rid of that. Got somewhere. Didn't update. Let's see here. Templates bar 82. All right. Now, save that. Come over here. Why is that still null? All right. So, Create the new buffer. Let's come in here. Let's run this in debug. Must have confused myself somewhere along the way in what I was consuming versus what I built yesterday. So we do a new foobar. All right. RF data struct. All that's empty, as it should be, because it's a new one. Description buffer. That's correct. So let's bounce through that. We update the UI. So now that's correct. We fire off the event. This will end up in here. So it'll catch that event, decide it needs to do things about it. Rid of that. Room templates. Template is nil. We call set struct. What have I done wrong? Data struct. Pointer to tile data. Create a new one on init. Once we set it, if it's not nil, whatever you give me isn't nil. We set the data struct to that. So maybe we need to look there. Rid of you. New templates. Room form. Data struct is empty. Right here. This is what we did wrong. This gets... Oops. That becomes a variable. An instance variable for the loop. We don't need that at all. Give that a shot. Save that. Still, what in the world? Let's debug this again. Hello, new follower? I didn't get a notification. Hello, whoever followed me. Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't hear it go off. That could be part of my audio issues this morning. Maybe it didn't play the noise. But thank you. I really appreciate that. Debug. That's what I was doing. Figure out why this isn't being set correctly. Yes, okay. REF gets set. It has an empty data struct. Makes sense. We want that. We set the struct. It's still empty, which it should be because we didn't do anything to it yet. Then we come in here. Room templates, 0. Still has a nil template. Close this. Room templates, we just add an empty. Makes sense. There we go. That was quite a pleasant chat. What'd I miss? Just wiring things together, and I made a mistake somewhere. Just trying to figure out what I did wrong. Right, room templates. But we know it's nil here. Is it... Let's simplify this. Might fix that along the way, but if we just give this thing the whole... If we make this run off of a tile template, it'll be easier to think about as well. There. That. And then we don't have to try to think about two different sets of IDs and all that. Your tile templates, we need to make sure, yes, we append a new one here. We go through on the maker, and anytime we update this, tree add, new templates, add index. If that's not nil, then we set it. If it is nil, it stays. That's why. That's what happened right there. Because it ignores that nothing has a pointer to the thing it created internally. We need to get rid of that. But we need it to exist on init. That's why it's there. Okay, that's what I've done. That was confusing to me. Might even be able to... Oop, nope. This needs... if we make a pointer to the whole thing, we don't need to put this in a pointer. And then it should actually exist. I don't think that requires any code change. Unless I'm forgetting something. Yeah, there we go. We save that. It shows up in here. There. Okay. Perfect. Now we just need to figure out getting an ID in here for the template itself, right? Not for the tile. All right, let's switch. YOLO. While we're here, might as well. Close that. You gonna reopen it? Do I have to reopen it? Okay. And I think... when the... if we do this when we create a new... then that'll put it in there. theoretically. We need to load it still, but I think that's all we need for making sure we write one, because should be the only time we create a new template, theoretically. Maybe. Can we get our ID in there? Fantastic. Okay, let's leave that in. I'm going to close this for now. Let's see here. For this, let's not do that yet. We need to templates bar, rooms tab. Not there though. Up here, when we create the widget, or we want to do it here. If we do it here, then it's going to load that every time. But if we don't do it here, or we could do something like that, and we could say on creation, that, and then here, load room templates. What did I call you? Template directory. Can't do that. I would need to do this. Yeah. We're loading room templates. Spit that out, and then I don't want to log. I do want to log it, but I also want to. We need to display that to the user. And I guess it can continue. That's fine. it'll just show nothing if it errors to load. And then here where we on change it, we write it, set that. Up here we also need to mark that as loaded. So if we do that, theoretically, it should engage all the existing machinery plus the loader, and we should see foobar is already there for us. Yes, fantastic. And then if we update this, save that, we should see it in here. We do see it there. If we relaunch it, we see the update still here. Perfect. That is good. We need to do some testing around that, and then we also need to worry about our displaying our errors correctly. But for now, hook up templates to load and save to file, or to file ops load save. That'll work. Okay. So what I'm going to do real quick here is go use the restroom and get a beverage. I'll be right back. And then we will probably do delete first, and then we'll start adding testing. So I'll be right back. There we go. Okay. Also do open the beverage. Meow. Deletes here, delete on click in the room form, but what kind of events do we have? At that. Ah, because we do. I might have done this wrong. If I was to. Wire this up in a similar way to on change. Then here, where we register this, this is just more correct, I believe. It should work the same way. We should also get. We should be able to just do the deleting here. We wrap the other one inside of there because we create the button inside of there, so it would have to be a little bit different. Let's make sure that this is indeed equivalent. No, it's not. Why is it not? Was it in? That only has that. That's fine. That's weird. Check. This looks like all framework code that breaks to do with the rendering. If I do that change. The nil pointer. It's because I would need to do this. I think. We don't call that. Oops. That's where the nil is coming from, I bet. When it initialized, we would do that and then do that. Maybe. Let's find out. No. Ah, because silly me. That inserted because it was firing a change. That's fine. Okay, delete clicked. Good. Yes, that did fire. Okay. Now, we can leave that in there for testing. Not only do we do that, but we can frame update. That's fine. We're going to call delete room template. And this is, we need to do this first. If there's not, if there is an error rather, then we need to end up doing a snack bar probably. And then this is template directory. That takes it out of there. Fantastic. Okay. Let's do delete templates from file on UI delete click. Do that. Now let's tidy some of this up and do testing. Let's do testing first, I suppose. The templates is the one that's going to have it. And I think borrow some of this. Maybe not. Maybe this doesn't make a ton of sense. I guess we can borrow. Some of the boilerplate for JSON marshalling stuff for the test. Probably the rest of it I don't think is going to apply. That's fine. We can do this. Test template files. Sure. Actually, make you, because we have these split out and they probably should be split out just for simplicity's sake. Let's do that. And then we'll do a config file later. this. Test config stir must come from, because these are in the same package. No? Where do you come from? Oh, config manager test. Right, yes. Test configs. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Gonna put them at the root of this test. That's fine though. We just want to. I did this so I could clean it up easier. Betcha. This is. Tile data. That's what I named you. And then we just do that. Then we won't. Oh, I lied. This is tile template. And it won't have an ID for that. So let's just do that. Lol? Oh, wrong button. There we go. Okay. And you need to be, are you not tile data? Am I confusing myself again? You're not a pointer, that's what you are. You're just a tile data. There. Like so. Okay. Just something to compare against in a hot second. This we can borrow a lot of. Just the setup boilerplate. This. Place all that. Import that, please, from the default. And instead of test attribute list, test room file. Uh-oh. Welcome to the chat room. Did I have an internet blip? Everything die? No? Looks good. That was weird. All right. Double check YouTube is good too. Looks all right. Okay. Anywho. I made that wrong. Crap. This needs to be Marshall test rooms. This is test room file. This one. And this is test room template list. This will need to be oops. Room file, Marshall skills will become that use for connections. The rest of these just get chucked. We still defer removing the configure. And then if we have setup error, if there's no setup errors, then we run. Okay. All that. Okay. And then for templates, rid of that. And borrow that. This is not attributes. It's room templates. This is not that either. It's load room templates, join path for test configure, test room file. We want that to equal test room template list. This should pass. And it does. We love that. Okay. We also need to test. I think I can borrow some boilerplate here. We only need one load for that. We need to test a new why did I test those separately? Because we had a helper for in there for that. Okay, yeah. We do that in a different way over here. That's fine. Yes, I enjoy me some good unit testing. Approximately what kind of coverage do you have? Are you looking for in this kind of project? Coverage is mostly worthless. I don't really pay attention to it at all. I just do due diligence in testing edge cases, essentially. as they come up and I think of them, right? So like in this case, I had a helper for adding um, a new attribute, creating a new attribute, right? So I make sure it has a UUID and all this other stuff. We check up here in loading. I check what happens if for some reason this the attributes didn't have the attributes file, which looks a little different than this file, right? I check to make sure that I handle correctly loading an invalid UUID if it's missing correctly. I agree, but just a quick gut feeling approximation. I mean, everything that makes sense to test, which is most everything that isn't UI or super state dependent, right? So like 100%, you know, but like a good 100% or as good as I can think of in the moment, or come back to later and find a bug and then add coverage to try to make sure it doesn't come back, right? And I also don't really I don't bother making a distinction between unit and integration test really. Like if something consumes a lower level package, that lower level package will have all of its testing, but I'll still validate how I interact with it by exercising that real code. You know, funny story, this is one convention I really like in Go, and I've adopted for my Rust projects. Test for file.go are in file test. I go, yeah, Rust has a convention of either putting tests in the same file as code or into a completely orthogonal file tree under source test. Yeah, I don't like that, but also I very much like using two panes. So like I'm doing here, very often I have a module and its test file side by side as I'm writing them. And that would be, it would be annoying to go digging through other things for it, right? Or to try to, like, I'm pretty sure you can split panes in different points of the same file, but it's a little janky last I tried, I think. And that's kind of like that's almost like a code smell to me that where I need to do that, right? Luckily it's overridable. Yeah. So I can make Rust accept tests and file underscore test.rs. Yeah. I really like that approach. So we have load rooms. If we were to have a room without an ID, I guess we should add one. If somehow a thing got in there, we need to make sure that or we would need to completely reject it. I think adding an ID is more the correct choice. We would have issues though if they had the same. But is that ever really going to be an issue? I'm thinking like cases where you want to share your templates or something. I guess the answer could be just to ignore IDs. Or not ignore them, but tell people to take them out. I'm just going to add one if it doesn't have one, and we'll go from there. If it becomes an issue, we can fix it later pretty easily, I think, hopefully. If we do that, that's going to be a concern for template bar, because template bar is the one taking care of this, I think, right? Did I put it in here? Yeah, I think templates bar takes care of it. In fact, I know it does. It does it on the new button. Remember this now. Which is not in Rooms tab. It's in the footer. Yes, right there. Okay, so that's good. That's probably where it should be. And I think we could probably set it here while we're going through them. So we'll make myself a note. Ooh, actually, that's gonna be a foot gun. Because that's not gonna know how to update it if it's updating based on IDs. We're just gonna skip things that don't have IDs. So let's borrow some of the boilerplate here. How did we set up? We write a whole separate file for this. That's fine. Borrow the boilerplate from this. We would need to basically do this. We could do that. Needs to be something because it's a string. So we could do that. And then partial test rooms. Test config dir, test config file, test load. Room missing ID. That's the file. That's fine still. Write it. It still goes in our dir, so it gets cleaned up correctly. And then here, what did we do? We just used load attributes, which is probably correct. So we actually need to do in templates, load room templates. Can do loop through the unmarshaled stuff, and then we can say got an empty UUID. Actually, there should be. We want to check if this is a valid UUID as well. Otherwise, some kind of something has happened, right? So validates. You only return an error. We say if that's not nil, we can don't have a logger in here, nor should we really, right? But that's going to result in quietly dropping. Maybe this isn't the right place for this, because if you think about it, we might want to use this module to fix this later. We would just need to write a function that does it. Does that make sense? And then up here we could do do this up here instead. Then we can say, also we need to do style template. And here we can log valid templates. Let's call room templates ID of blah. Actually, I guess we could do quoted string there. This needs to be formatted. Skipping. And then continue. Otherwise, we append it. And then room templates becomes validated. Actually, here we could just do, instead of doing that, we clear room templates here. By giving it a new list. And then we don't need to do this anymore, because here we can say room templates equals append db dot room templates, then this template if it's valid. There. And then this test doesn't need to be here anymore because this is only for that. What have I done here? Oh, straight comma. There we go. Now, if our load, which is simpler, so the testing is simpler, we love that. we need to test write room templates, new template. The new test template will be a tile template. This will be new string, tile data. We're only going to have descriptions in here. This is why I was creating new files, I remember now, because this would dirty this test for other things. So we will need some of this. This can be test, write room, not write room, write tile, new templates. Let's keep the name the same. How about it? Test room, test write room, template, new template. This can be our list. That's fine. Test room template list. That is that. We write it. We error if there's errors. This should be... Why is that that? That should be fatal. Now, this will be this file path. Make a new one. Write does take a pointer as well. That's fine. Just for simplicity. And here we do error equals write room templates. We give it test file path, not that. Test file path. And new test template. If error is not nil, fatal, test error, error writing, new template. Spit that out. Otherwise, borrow this because we want to load it and compare it. This, though, is test config file. This is error loading. I should make sure that I change that. And this is going to be append test room template list, new test templates. That's this should be just in case. All right, so this should pass as well now. Doesn't though. Such file or directory. Did I? Test config file. Test file path. There we go. Test file path. Did the wrong one. There we go. And then if we were to do something like here, template dot description. If we were to temporarily set that to something else just to prove to ourselves that we correctly checked this, we should see a failure here, and we do. Got that, we wanted that. That's not a terribly useful output though. But we want to it's either going to be that we need to change this, or that we have to write a bunch of test code to handle the difference. But either way, okay, so if we did that, yeah, we just have to do this in test code, because this one would be easy to change, but this one, it would be hard to consume this as loaded if we didn't make it a pointer, just on Marshall 2 pointer, which we need because we need to wrap it up into the UI elements. So that they act on that instead of a duplicate. So what we can do, I don't think there's a format string way to do this, is there? This is not something I usually run into. I guess we could try stringing it. Right now I've got the expanded struct view, but not that way. But this, can I call string on you? No. Can I do it this way? No. Okay. I would need to either give this a stringer, which might be not a terrible idea. If we did this, I guess we could just dereference here. Value of. I fear that that's not going to recurse down though. Oh, this isn't a pointer anymore though. So, okay, yeah, that didn't help. Let's see here. Oh, we can maybe do Go syntax representation. Would that give me? No, of course not. All right. Stringer, it is. Have you considered using Go CMP's diff instead of reflect.deep equal? It produces a more useful text diff. I have in the past. It runs into issues if there's anything it can't unmarshal. If there's any private fields or anything, which in this case I guess there isn't, we could do that. But there's every possibility I might want to string this in a different way later. And tile data. Oops. Oh no, I can't do that because this is a list too. Yeah, crap. Yeah, you might be right in this case. What was it? It's diff. We were to do that. Luckily, there's two string interfaces. You could always abuse GoString. Yeah, I could, but yeah, it's still CMP. Yeah. A wonky output though. Why is it giving me 3 lines? Yeah, it is outputting that. You're right, I did it backwards, but minus want plus got. Well, that's correct in this order though. It's been a hot second since I used this. Wondering why I'm getting 3. Like it's outputting both of the structs and then the diff. What in the world am I doing here? Just returns a string. Yeah, that should have been fine. Minus prefix indicates an element removed from X. A plus prefix to indicates an element added from Y. Order and prefix always trips me up. Yeah, the doc string for diff is never really helpful. So I mostly just copy my old code. Yeah, I believe it's correct that it's want and got. Okay. I'm dumb. That's why. Well, no, it shouldn't be how... I don't know. The output's confusing, but it's correct, so I'm just going to go with it. It shows the thing that's important. And then this we can just do. We can just do that. And they pass. If we put our test validator back in, then it'll call out our deal there. It's showing an empty... Oh, yeah, right. It would be an empty ID because, yeah. There's 3 because I added 3. That's why. There is 1 and 2. Geez. I'm blind and stupid. Yeah, because it's the third one. Duh, I forgot about the, the 2 placeholders just to validate. Oh my gosh. It's one of those days, I tell you. I started looking at the IDs and they weren't matching up in my mind, and then I realized my colossal oversight. There we go. We can do the same thing up here. Just so that if there is a failure, we get result test template list. We get better outputs. Our unofficial code style for cmp.diff always includes the string minus want plus got as part of the test output. So it's clear when viewing new failures later down the line, might help you to adopt similar perhaps. Like just in a prefix, like just a manually hard-coded string that says that? And then here, if we did, let's run it first to make sure we're good with that change. Hello? Oh, it just ran so fast I didn't see it load. Something like bad template return. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so yeah, just like a hard-coded string. I mean, sure, why not? Try it. Let's see. See how we like it. I can go back to V, it's fine. That's just the default value. Oh wait, I put that in the wrong place though. Not that one though. Yeah, right. Too many outputs. Sorry for being absent today. Had something I had to take care of. I have to go and hope to see y'all in Friday, September. What? Oh, that must have been an emote. Well, hopefully all is well. We'll catch you on Friday. Have a good week. Hope it was taken care of properly, maybe even taken care of. So here, if we were to do this, then we should see a failure. Meh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, it's okay. And then we get our failure like we expect to see. Fantastic. Except for this is backwards. Got comes first. Because we got bar. We wanted. But if we flip that, like so, then all is good, all is well. Okay. Let's see here. We need to also test. I should do new templates. We should also do change templates. It definitely is diff want got. But if we do our the wrong one. It's a weird noise. Don't know what that was. If we do our test here, right, where we intentionally break things, this is just a duplicate, but it's fine. Minus new test template plus foo. We wanted new test template. We got foo. Or am I misunderstanding completely? With minus, pardon? Oh. Expected template list is want. So you expect that to be prefixed with minus. we wanted foo. You're right. It's because I'm flipping it for testing. You're right. And this is why I can never remember which way is the correct way. Because it's confusing every way. All right. Oh, this is just a duplicate. We need to fix that. That's fine. This we need to... We still write you except for your not new template, your change templates. We're still going to write the test example list here, but then we're going to say it's always tricky, and all it needs is a single additional sentence to diff something like the output of diff is, yeah. And then this is like that. And instead of this, we do, let's do the first one. Sure, why not? This will be, index 0 ID. And then we write that. I guess someone wants to appear more comp sci and wrote these doc strings in the most scientific way possible, right? I notice that usually with some of our more advanced Python coders who really enjoy weird type hackery and lambdas and graph. Yeah. Don't even get me started on list comprehensions in Python. That's why, when I wanted to learn more about writing a parser, because I wanted to write a parser, I didn't do the Dragon Book or any of those. I did Thorsten Ball's writing writing an interpreter in Go, I think is what he called it. Yes. Because that was just like literally, this is how we're doing it. Here's the step-by-step. No computer scienciness about it, like practical stuff. In some cases that's appropriate, but for a generally usable library, it's overkill. Yes. Imagine if docstring for format println began with imagine the set S is the set of all potential outputs in string vector space. Yeah. Yeah. And that's one of the hugest things that I hate that. It's one of the biggest problems I have with the academic space is that things that are written like that are literally unintelligible until you know all of the context already. But they're purported to be trying to teach you that context, right? Drives me crazy. It's really just like an attempted flex. Like, oh, you're too stupid to understand my words, you know? So we do that. And then this is template update. And then test room template list at index 1 to the end, expanded that way. What have I done wrong here? Ah. This needs to be this. In some contexts, it's appropriate and correct to have that level of language, but too many people take it too far, even in academia, to appear smarter and to flex, and too often spills into general program. Yeah. It's part of why Haskell is so difficult for non-academics. Well, isn't Haskell one of those functional languages? Like those functional guys. I can't remember if Haskell's one of them, but like they get up there and like, well, you see the monad, and I'm like, nope, I'm out. Get out of here. Okay, and that's correct. And then if this was to be broken on purpose, we should see our test fail. And we do. Fantastic. I was slightly annoyed when some of my ex-team members went about rewriting our automation library. The end result was full of terms like idempotent, memoize. Someone actually coded a Lisp compiler into it so you can define search terms for the query with a mini Lisp DSP, which is then translated to the SQL. Idempotent I like, but when I use it in mixed company, a DSL, yeah. I got the meaning. I read it wrong in out loud, but I got it in my head. Hence the configuration complexity clock article came to mind, right? Yeah, I like idempotent because it is a good thing, but when I use it in mixed company, I will always say we should make it idempotent, which means that it shouldn't change the effect every time you call it, right? Unless I already know that everybody in the room knows that. Or at least the people I'm talking to. Bystanders may get some idempotent splash on them, but that's just part of the, risk of the business. You're in the splatter zone. Okay, so we added a new one, we modified one, we need to delete one. Or a non-comp sci company, you could say it's safely repeatable. I don't really have discussions about idempotency in non-comp sci company, or at least non-developer company, right? This needs to be delete room template. My Python Padawan would understand that, whereas I'd have to explain idempotent for a while. I mean, yeah. Well, with programmers who haven't gone to college, I mean, I went to college for 2 years, and then I was done with that nonsense, and I didn't have any programming classes in that college. So, like, it's a poor metric for that. But, like, what does safely repeatable mean, right? Like, I believe you could technically classify write room template as idempotent, right? Because if you write a new thing, it gets added to the list. But if it already exists, the thing you told me you wanted in that list will get into the same state that you told me, right? There might be a couple edge cases missing there, but it's close. Delete. So, if we write to there, we can use test room template list again. That's fine. And then we don't call this anymore. We call delete. We need to make this delete room template. Yeah, basically true. Yeah, there might be like a couple little fiddly bits that make it technically not, but it's close. That's kind of how I think about it. Like, if you can repeat it and the state you have indicated you desire will be there at the end of it, that's pretty close. Kind of the same with like REST API stuff. Like if you're doing a post, you probably don't really care if it already existed. You just want it to be there in the states you told it to. In a lot of cases. Sometimes an error would be appropriate, but you can be test room template list 0 dot id. This is error deleting. More importantly, if the operation fails midway, you can repeat it and trust it will get into the expected end state. Yeah. I should also make sure that the errors make sense there. Okay, so we delete and we reload. And this is from 1 to the end because we deleted 0. We don't even need append. Don't think. I think we actually just need... Can we just do this directly? I think we can. Now, if it's also atomic, then it'll always be in a valid state, even if operations fail midway. Therein lies the complexity, especially once you have to do it across multiple machines simultaneously. Yes. It's even more fun when those machines could be any number of things running that service, and they don't necessarily know about one another, nor should they, right? Okay, so to validate this, we could actually just do this. If we didn't delete it, it should fail because we have the thing in there we weren't expecting to. Now, if you want hard mode, the machines are not trusted, but the end result should be. And you end up implementing a blockchain-like distributed system. That goes beyond what I've ever had to worry about. But it sounds friggin' miserable. Okay, that is testing for that part squared away. We've got loading, we've got writing anew, we got changing, and we've got deleting. It was a fun project, actually. Well, I'm glad for that, at least. Okay, that pretty happy with for now. I think what we should do, though, is I should break this up into 2. Because we should add templates are, and this we will ignore templates without a valid UUID, and then we can add testing for the loading, modifying, deleting of room templates. There we go. Talking about words. Talking about atomicity. I think. Reminds me of a silly ghost concept called Mutex hat. I don't know that I've heard of Mutex hat before. Is that where you just put a mutex at the top of your struct fields? So that is in. We should take care of our to-dos real quick here before they pile up on us. We need to have a... So you're done with that for now. With that for now. We need to have a... probably just a snack bar when this happens. It's one of the original idiomatic Go slides and presentations. The idea is that you arrange fields into blocks with blank lines between and use a mutex as the first in a group of fields over the set of fields it protects, which is on paper a good organizational concept, but the fact you need it is bad. I've never seen that before. I've never seen more than one mutex in a struct that wasn't like nested structs. In fact, I have that pattern in one place for the map, I think. But I'm not sure I'm happy with it. It's essentially just because there's like only one use case where we need to lock the entire room. Everything else we can just get away with locking substructs that are relevant to different operations. Yes, but that one mutex protects a couple of fields of the struct, maybe not all of them. So you organize the mutex and the fields protects together in a block with mutex. Yeah, I've never seen that. I'm curious. Found one random blog. But like if you do this, it should be protecting all of them, right? Like that's the only way I've ever used a mutex is to protect the entire struct. I'm very confused to like when would you be messing with this without locking? Like the presence of a mutex indicates it should be locked to play with in my mind. Gives you a visual indication that mutex here protects pmod and cache. Yeah, but these I would, if it was only to protect these, then I would put these into a substruct and put the mutex in there with them. Maybe the mutex isn't needed for client, maybe the client is thread safe internally. Right. Which is why I would put these into their own struct. That's what I would strive for, anyway. I don't like it. It's ugly. And then if this was an internal struct, I would just make this an anonymous mutex. Comes down to style and organization. Yeah, true. If this was an internal struct that I was using, that I just wrapped in here, I would make this an anonymous mutex. That way you just call whatever this thing was called and lock it. In either case, it exposes bad design underneath. I mean, it can. But there's a lot of times where, like, how are you going to make mutex thread safe without, or make cache thread safe without locking it, without a mutex? This being lumped in with this is kind of weird. But, like, if you were to do this, like, these seem like separate concepts, and then they would both need their own mutex. What if you have a field in a struct that's strictly always read-only except during a init? You don't want to lock a mutex when reading it for performance reasons. I don't understand. The bad design of the language here is that you need to keep track manually which fields need locking. Right, yeah. So if that field is strictly always read-only, then I would try to put the other things into a mutex and not worry about it. Or, sorry, into a struct. Put the mutex on that and not worry about it. It's akin to saying C++ devs, why don't you just take care and write memory safe code? It's so easy, just be careful. Right, yeah. Yeah, and that's why I don't do that. I've never seen that slide before. I'm very confused by it. I have always like room tile, is it? No, this is the editor. It was game map. You separate out lockable things into substructs, your code can get very fragmented and ugly. I mean, you can. Tile has a mutex on it, right? Because you really only want to be messing around with this in one place. But map, maybe this isn't the one I'm thinking of now that I think about it. Yeah, map has a mutex on it as well. Because there's something in here we needed to modify globally. And I don't remember what it is now. But it's not bad because each tile, you know, is in its own, it's part of its own file, right, in game map. And the struct is here. There's a mutex here. It seems okay. I'm not sure I love that. I would like to get rid of this mutex if I could avoid it, I think. But it worked. There's another place I think is in character where I have some funkiness going on that I want to try to clean up eventually, but mostly disappointed because other languages have had a better way, including C++ and other later revisions. Yeah, I haven't done a I don't think I've ever done any async with C++, so I'm not familiar. I very much think, and maybe this is because I've just written a lot of Go, like I very much think of a struct usually as a representative of a thing, right, that needs to move about through the system. And so to kind of split it out and have its own mutex on it jives with that in the way I sort of build things usually, where that struct kind of becomes like a class in a way, right? Where you hang methods off of it and operate on it that way. Issue is that it usually requires generics, and Go didn't have those until like 10 years in, right? Even now, I'm not sure that if that type of mutex is possible in Go, partially due to garbage collection. They have a read-write mutex. They have two kinds. Let's see. There's sync mutex, and then there's sync RW mutex. Reader writer mutual exclusion lock. Speaking of CSE. What I'm talking about is a special type that wraps the protected data so it's impossible to access without locking the mutex. Automatically released. Ah, right, okay. Grab data goes out of scope. Yeah, I mean, that'd probably be nice. Automagic is usually good in that sort of case. But they did give us race testing and Go tests, so at least there's that, right? Python can do it with context guard. C++ has something in the standard label, or at least in Boost, I'm sure. Go, you could do it with defer, but once again, you have to remember to defer. Right, yeah. It wasn't here. We need to put I think it's only in the tabs. Or, sorry, the room tab. Problem being, that said, defer is a very cool concept. I'd like to see it in other languages. Yeah, but it's not as ubiquitously useful as Go makes it, mainly because there's often no real other choice. I don't know. There's lots of choices. There's lots of times when defer is useful. And other times when you just can't use it, like if you're doing things in a loop that need to be cleaned up after, like a mutex lock. But usually I prefer defers wherever possible, which I believe is the recommended idiomatic way. problem with that this is going to have. Well, I guess if here, it'd probably be fine. Because the snack bar we can only do one message in a snack bar at a time, and any laters will just overwrite it. Yes, but in Python, I'd probably use defer in a few places, but still most rely on with or try finally because it's clear in most cases. I don't think so. I think defer is extremely clear as to like how things are going to get cleaned up. In Go, I don't have with try finally, so I either use defer or do it manually. Both are prone to human error. I mean, yeah, but you like in Python, you need to use um with or using or whatever, right? So like the example that comes to mind is reading, writing, and file. You have to know to use that, otherwise it's going to not clean up after, right? Now, granted, all the tutorials are going to say, hey, do it this way, but it's still pretty easy. With allows you to clean up before the function is done, thereby saving some performance instead of example, keeping mutex locked too long. I mean, yeah, but if that's really a concern, then you just do it at the time where it needs to go. You want to release things early and go, you can, yeah. But like, you can screw it up either way, I guess is what I'm saying. there's always that element of easy to mess up. Like if you don't do try finally, right? If you just do try catch, you could leave a mistake. And it's worth thinking about, like if you have a function that's so big that you are worried about releasing that lock early, maybe that should be two functions, right? You can also use with inside a loop, thereby further minimizing the critical section. Yes, you can do it in Go manually, but it's much easier to do it wrong. I mean, not really, because you need to, I don't see the difference between knowing that you need to defer or unlock or whatever in a loop, or knowing that you need to use with so that it cleans up between loops. Like both of them seem relatively similar in putting the onus on the developer to do it correctly. Doesn't have to be big. What if you want to lock to update a field, then an expensive but short for loop to compute something, then another small lock to update the field? I mean, that I would, so the thing would be, I would just make a method for it to do the update that differs. If you use with in a loop, it automatically cleans on each loop iteration. It's impossible to have it persist beyond. Right. But if you do your due diligence inside that loop manually with Go, like that's fine too, right? But knowing that you need to use with in that case, like that's the same similar level of proficiency required to knowing you need to manually handle your operations in your loop. I'm saying boils down to don't make the programmer think about simple things where the compiler can handle them automatically better because there's sufficient cognitive load as it is. Right, but I'm saying it seems like a similar amount of cognitive load. Compiler isn't automatically going to use with for you. What if the only way to get the value you need is to call something like lock, and then in the natural muscle memory instinct is to go with a.lock as a? I mean, you'll get over it? What if my natural instinct is to track my unlocks and do my defers and then go, oh wait, I can't defer because I need to do this? In Go, you can avoid mutex lock entirely, and your program will compile and even appear to work in tests and small examples. Yes, you need to manually run your test with race checking. Like, it's not perfect. I'm not saying that by any means. I just don't see it as that big of a deal, right? Like, it's a sharp corner for sure, but nil maps have probably hit my shins more often. Saying other languages have constructs which helps you spend less manual cognitive effort and stuff. I mean, yeah. Tools can do it better than a human with fewer mistakes. Yeah. That's why Go has garbage collection, because it can do a better job mostly of handling memory versus C and C++. Right, yeah. Snack bar. That's what I was looking for. It's just that they made some good steps forward, but then stopped at some arbitrary point and went, that's it. From here on out, you're doing it all manually. Yeah. They're trying to strike a balance between giving you the tools you need to do everything and simplicity, right? But like Thor says, all programming languages suck. If there was one that didn't suck, we would all use it for everything. Message snack bar, that's what it is. So let's do sprintf here. This can just be error. And we will do, I think we can do an error snack bar. What games do you work on? This one right now. Just this one. I'm not a game dev normally. I am today, but you know. Let's see here. Yes, but even in 2008, the balance between tooling and manually was a lot more advanced than a lot of design choices for Go. Right. I guess that's my largest grievance. The authors sacrificed a lot of learning from the programming profession in the name of simplicity. Maybe that has paid off heavily, or maybe it was Google pushing the language, just gave it a big following. Those were some years when Google was majorly respected in the tech world. Right. To me, I think it's mostly just it's really nice to write. That's what I hear mostly. I don't really hear, well, I use it because it's Google scale or whatever, right? Yeah, I mean, what's the game about? Oh, it's a MUD, so it's a multi-user dungeon. Think if you could play Zork online with your friends. That's what a MUD is. It's the original MMO back when computers were slightly less bad, but still pretty bad. And then this we need a context for. This should just be frame. Hang on. This also needs label text. Label text will define. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. And this is. So this would actually take place of that completely. Okay, let's go back. To this. And then we can just do. This is still frame. And then this is. I don't even need to give that because we already have an error. And then the label text is that. I think it'll do. Yeah, it'll do the semicolon for me. Or the colon. It comes down to personal preference. I find it easy to write, but I don't enjoy it very much. I mean, yeah, they're all personal preference. Anyhow, good chat. It's getting on towards 11 p.m. for me, so I'll be doing my evening routine with a defer sleep in the function somewhere. All right, man. Catch you later. Have a good sleep. We'll see you Friday. Oh, nice. Yeah. Thank you. I think it's a cool project. And then here. We can still do. This is still frame. This will be. This doesn't make sense to use here. We just want to use a regular snack bar. Message snack bar. Frame. Because this doesn't actually have an error, we just raising a message basically. Like so. Then this can be an error snack bar. That's fine. Frame still, and then error error room template. And then we can also do same deal here, except for there'll be errors. That didn't work there, did it? Not deleting, but writing. We should be. Everything should be happy now. Got that one. We save you. delete you. If we were to do that, do a new. Relaunch. If I was doing stuff there, that would stay. Okay, fantastic. And then if I was to do a new, it gets reset. That's fine for now. If it doesn't, there it goes. Did that just fail? No, it did. Okay. Scroll was just weird, but scroll's weird for this in general right now, so that's fine. Do that. So now we should check our editor, map editor, templates. We only have foobar in here. Fantastic. The ID has changed because we deleted and recreated it. That's fine. It's a Git difference, not a code difference. All right, so just for funsies, let's roll that back so it's not in the change. Oh, that doesn't need to be in there either. This though, let's do a commit for. And log errors. Room file. Okay. Get a little bit longer here. Let's see this. Let's take a look and see. If I have anything else that's outstanding. Icons. We need to unify our button style. That's the thing to do still. Building a style doesn't clear the edit bar connections. That's the thing we can come back to in a minute. The next big piece that we need is to build out the connections tab. Still goes off of the tabs. Like so. We're going to need similar things, basically, to the, whatchamacallit, room templates. So let's do this. Give an ID, string. We could call you something else. Not really a template. It's actually data, is what that is. Leave the strings alone. Just do the code, please. And then we'll do the same thing here. Nobody's using that though, which is fine. Leave the strings alone. Just that. This will look very much the same. Why are you not? Ah, because it's tabs for the parent, and then tab. Fantastic. Love that. Oops. It's all right. Um, this will now be connection templates. And actually, most of this is going to be similar. So we're just going to grab it. It will be, we'll still delete the children. This we need to change to or yeah. Also a bool. When we create you, make this um then this becomes connection templates need load. This will be connection templates. This needs to be that. This. This will be connection template. Actually, we should make the other one not tile, but room. That's broken because this is the wrong type currently. That's fine. We'll need to rough those in real quick here in just a second, but template directory, room temp. We need to do we need to make this switch dir consumption to only being the directory. Need to set file names elsewhere, possibly in a config object. That's probably the most reasonable. That this is going to be to room, or not room, connection. To write that, but this needs to be connection templates, connection templates, connection templates. Something like that. Let's do some quick placeholder. We need this to be... Do we use this? We do use this. Where do we use this? We use you here. Okay. Right. Because we make util data out of a game util. That makes sense. Need that to... This gets used here. Probably fine. Load connection templates. Returns. Connection templates. Error. If I spell it correctly, it has a higher chance of working. Do that real quick. Just the default, please. We also need and a and then also same deal. Like so. And then we can come over here. If we make you... That'll fix the typing. New room form. This is... That... That. And then, oh, you are that. We'll also need room form. You live in here. Action form. You over here. We need this. We need this. We're going to need pretty much this, but oops. Get over there. Can't do that because it's going to expand it. Do it this way. This will be not that, but connection templates. Those all still are good for a name. Fix these up real quick. Needs to be that on init. A lot of this will change to be specific to this, but that's fine. We don't have this anymore to destination, not destination, enter message and lead message. We'll have to handle these DC guys a little bit differently too, but that's fine. We're just roughing it in so that we have all the bits and pieces together more or less, and we can go through and build it up, basing it on all the hard work we've already done for the other custom widget. Need and leave. Leave message. This needs to be connection templates. And then we could do quick generate real quick to get them in place. The type form is just going to be a nice little wrapper it'll make. Should see type gen, perfect, done. Think. This is going to be a little jank, but connection tab. Okay, fantastic. This, we broke something there, but that's fine. What did we break there? Should still have you. Yeah, we do. Okay. Because we're not using any new stuff yet, which is fine. What's going on there? Why did we lose? That. We got the thing still. It just doesn't have the correct things set, the field set. Ah, is it because this ends up getting called as it's building it maybe and then overwriting it? Let's find out. Shouldn't be, but you know, stuff happen. Nope. Okay. That's good, because that would be kind of weird. Wait a second. Why would you? Ah, because data, right, data and template. Makes sense. That's correct. Trim templates. That's correct. Didn't change. Change data. Didn't change any of that though. What in the world? Let's go into here real quick. Ah, did I? No. We should see log messages, and I don't. If it wasn't loading, and we do see one entry, so that. But we did see here, and that's because it runs. Yeah, I need to fix that too. Because when we debug, it runs different. What if I delete you? Create a new one. You know what I must have done? I'm an idiot. Of course. That would be that way. There we go. Swear though that there was a this button is sometimes not. It's not firing on the first correctly. On the first click, yeah. All right, I need to track that down too, but that's fine. I bet you. Oh, let's do this real quick. Get these changes up. Yeah, we didn't do that yet. And then actually, I think we can get rid of that because we can guard this by saying if, well, actually, hang on. Yes to that, but if well, no, because it will have it always. Okay, so that's fine. If we didn't find it in our current list, then we don't even worry. So yeah, that's fine. We can leave that exactly like that. It's safe, I think. I hope. And then we don't even need to worry about reslicing that list. So we have a new. If I was to new, it would wipe that out. Nothing was saved. Makes sense. To delete you, then everything gets rebuilt based on what currently exists. That. That worked, but it's like only when I click that requires. You wonder. On change, we write it. Say it needs loading. I wonder if focus is getting put someplace weird when we reload. I guess we don't actually really need to reload here, right? Go with that until we prove that it somehow is broken, because it modifies the thing in memory, and we write that to the file. So theoretically, we're fine. We don't need to do a rebuild there. There might still there might still be something funny with focus or something like that, but that's probably fine for now. Actually, probably want to also set handled here just in case. That way, nothing else is getting that event. I think we're good. Let's do one last commit for today. Let file on delete elements don't reload on a change. Just save. And that's gonna wrap it up for today. So thank you to everybody who swung by. Thanks for all the great chat today. We will do this again on Friday. I normally stream for 4 hours, Friday through Monday. So if you're here right now and you show up about 4 hours before now, whatever time that is for you, I should be here. And I'd love to see you again. And if not, hey, you know what? No worries. We'll see you some other time maybe. But have a great week.